Okay, Jean, yes? Hi, Jean. Question for you. Which jobs are popular in our country nowadays?
Um, which jobs are popular? I think that the IT professions are getting more popular over the years, and they might be more validated in the future. For example, programmers that create apps, but it also has its own disadvantages because since the AI technologies are becoming more advanced, they can even create their own apps without the IT programmers. So maybe the IT professions uh, will become less important in like 100 years, I think. But also, I think that social jobs are one of the most important jobs nowadays because people are becoming less social and they need people to entertain them, to help them. For example, psychologists, teachers. People always need to contact other humans. They need to talk to them, and it helps them feel comfort. And that's why social jobs become more popular. And also, I think that bloggers are also people who do social jobs because they are interacting with their followers and they entertain them.
Now, so please choose one card and answer to the questions. You can read aloud, please.
Should I answer both topics?
Yes, okay. First, the answer to the first question, yeah?
So outdoor activities. Yes, I think that outdoor activities are extremely important because they help people do more physical activities and it helps their health. Their limbs become more active, more flexible, and also it helps them to become happy, more happy if they go outdoors often. Their uh, they may see the colors like they see the trees, they see the sky, they see the cities, and it brings joy to people, and it lifts up their um, mental health, and also they can go out with their friends and family, and it also increases their social skills. And spending time in nature is extremely important. And also, in nature there is clean air, so it's really
Okay, enough. Can you read aloud?
Topic cultural diversity in schools in a multicultural school environment. How can students celebrate and embrace cultural diversity? Share your experiences and ideas on fostering an inclusive and harmonious atmosphere. Um, ah, um, so right now people are traveling a lot and there are more multicultural schools and more multicultural environments. So uh, so I think that we should do more to help people from other cultures feel validated in schools because they are not so different from others, and we should uh, we should treat them the same, but also we should embrace our culture and their culture. We should learn more about other people's cultures because it helps uh, people to become more educated and more tolerant to other people.
Okay, that's it. Yes. Aja, thank you. You may go. Just put it back. Thank you. Goodbye.
Have a nice day.
Just a moment. Just a moment, please. Hello. What is your surname? Ismail.
No, not Ismail.
Huh?
Ismail.
Ismail, sorry. Ismail. Name?
Albina.
Albina, yes, good. Just question for you. Okay, is it a good idea to continue studying throughout your life?
Continue studying
Yes,
process.
throughout your life.
Well, I guess it's a good idea. Studying is always good. And it's always important to study since you're improving your skills, you're progressing them. And studies are always important in our life since humanity are always progressing with each year passing by. Just look how we progressed since the last 100 years. We got new technologies, the smartphones, even I don't know, even the iPhone is it's a very big global step in humanity, and it's all because of studies. So I guess it's really
That's yes, what I question. Any cards? And answer to the questions. What will the first question is?
Uh-huh. The first question is the topic was cultural festivals. Describe a cultural festival or celebration that you find intriguing. How does it reflect the values and traditions of a particular culture, and what can people from different backgrounds learn from such events? And the second one, the language.
No, second one. Just first the answer to the first question.
Okay.
Cultural.
Cultural festival or celebration. Can you have a minute to?
No,
No?
unfortunately no.
Okay. The Japanese people has a celebration of Sakura brewing, and I find it really interesting. It's kind of all the people are dressing in a traditional cultural outfits, walking in the street of Japan under the sakura trees that is growing, and the sakura petals are very beautifully falling on the grounds and fills the grounds with their petals. The people are usually going on picnics in that period since April start. It's this period starts since April, and people usually are getting closer with it. They're knowing more about each other. They are hanging out with each other, and this kind of a little celebration is coming back from very old times in Japan. It's a part of their culture to celebrate the sakura petals growing.
Okay. Last question?
The last question, the topic two.
Yeah.
It's a language learning. Describe your experience with learning a second language. What challenges have you faced, and how do you believe language learning contributes to personal and cognitive development? The second language, after English, I tried to learn French since I wanted to learn and study in French in France only. When I moved out to the French. The language was way more harder. The pronounce, I faced lots of problems with pronounce and their grammar. It's very hard. Like one word can mean four different things, and it sounds the same. Also, I believe that learning other languages can develop the human skills, the person's skills, and how we all know, learn how the way more you language now, then it could be very useful in your adult life when you're trying to go to work, when you're introducing yourself, and wanting to go to work. And the languages are important in our century.
I think enough. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, please. You focus, so you will go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just
Just a moment.
Yeah. Hello, just come in. Yeah. What is your surname?
My surname is Sapuano.
Once again.
Sapuano.
Sapuano. Name?
Amina.
Okay. Question for you. Yes. Okay. Okay. What usually makes you happy?
Usually, what makes me happy is my family. I really enjoy spending time with my family, especially with my brothers and sisters. I try to spend as much time as I can with my family because I comprehend that there's not much time left, and as I'm going to move abroad, I will not get to see them that often.
Who has had the greatest influence on your life?
Um, Probably the biggest influencer on my life was my mom. I've always tried to be like her. She was the role model for me my whole life because she is an incredibly strong woman. Um, Despite all of the challenges she has faced, she's always stayed kind and um, generous.
Okay. I think you like this. Okay, please choose one card and answer the questions. You can read the first question.
I read it.
Yes.
Describe the role of online gaming in your life. How does it affect social interactions, and what lessons or skills can be gained from participating in online gaming communities? So I have time to prepare.
No, no time.
I believe that nowadays online gaming is plays a crucial role in everybody's life, especially teenagers. It has affected all aspects of our lives as social interactions, uh, and despite having disadvantages, I can name some of the advantages, as, for example, skills that can be gained from playing online gaming. For example, it boosts your social interactions because you can find your friends playing games because you have something in common. Also, for me, I personally don't take any part in online gaming, but my brother does. She has made a lot of friends during the time. Um, and talking about my brother, she's in one of the online gaming communities where they regularly meet and play games and communicate. Despite many people may say that online gaming may be bad for social communications, I think that not. So,
First question.
share your thoughts on peer pressure among teenagers. How does it influence decision making, and what strategies can individuals use to resist negative peer pressure while maintaining positive social relationships?
Please.
Um, I believe that the problem of peer pressure among adolescents has become crucial in our world. It has a huge influence on the younger generation, especially those aspects as decision making, um, because in this age, teenagers are more likely to be influenced by others. Um, I believe that to resist negative peer pressure, they may search for professional help. For example, go to specialists certain that will help them. Also, maybe tell their parents about this because they are more white than the youngsters. Um, I don't really have anything to say. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Okay, tell me, please. Okay, what is your surname, please? Take a seat. What is your surname?
My surname is Jussi.
What?
Jussi.
Just Yes. Name?
Zarina.
Zarina. Zarina. Just a minute, okay? Question for you. What are the advantages and disadvantages of living abroad for a short time?
Okay. Do you have any time for the
No.
preparation? No.
No,
Okay.
no.
So let me start. Nowadays, plenty of people are dreaming to live abroad nowadays, and um, they guess that living abroad is really fun and is full of many benefits. But is it really true that living abroad is only about the pros and it doesn't consist of any cons? I don't think so. So let me examine about the pros and cons about the living abroad. To start with, of course, living abroad is much fun because it's about new experiences. Something new, and you don't know what fate has in store for you. So you're really excited to live abroad. But on the other hand, living abroad can be really inconvenient for some people because it may be expensive and not really comfortable for people um, because a plenty of people nowadays meet with something like a culture shock.
Yes. Choose one card.
Okay.
And answer the questions. We can go to the first question.
Mhm. Creativity and problem solving and alternative energy sources. Do I have to choose one of them?
No.
Both of them may answer both
Okay.
questions.
But one by one.
Mhm.
So please, Zarina.
Okay. As I gather here, let me tell you about creativity and problem solving. Um, as far as I'm a student, I'm learning how to solve problems, clearly and do it fast. And in my opinion, creativity is a part of me that really helps me to solve problems properly. Because uh, it seems to me like that people can't live properly and solve problems without creativity, as a matter of fact uh, that thanks to the creativity, people may create some new ideas which are really special and significant for them. Yep.
Okay, last question, please.
Um, Alternative energy sources. We all know that our planet Earth is genuinely suffering from the anthropological factors, so which means that we faint our planet really badly, and engineers think that the solution to how to save our planet Earth is to implement the alternative energy sources. For instance, it might be the sun energy. For example, in our city, Astana, we have a bunch of solar-powered batteries, which help as an alternative energy sources. Besides that, there are alternative energy sources like wind energy sources. And overall, in my opinion, energy sources is one of the main and the most significant part of saving our planet Earth. Yes.
Thank you. Then you can go. Just a moment. You can go. Yeah, just a moment, please.
Just a moment. Can you wait one second?
Потому что они смотрели, что это такое. What is your surname?
Уразымбеков. Алим.
Yes.
Разумбеков, Алина.
Yes.
Just a minute, please. Okay, question for you. Так, okay. If you could live in another country, where would you choose?
So I think that I would choose the United Kingdom because I've had the experience of living in the UK for like 2 weeks, which was great. I like the country a lot, especially London. So I would say that it's my favorite city, like in the world. That's why I would choose the United Kingdom.
Okay, good. Do you have any hobbies?
Well, yes. So currently I'm studying the coding, how to code. I would say that this is my hobby. I'm pretty good at it, and I have been learning so how to code for like half a year.
Okay, I can do it. Please, just a second. So you can read the first question and answer.
Should I read it?
Yeah, please.
Topic music and identity. Explore the connection between music and identity. How does music influence the way teenagers express themselves? And do you think musical preferences play a role in shaping cultural identity?
Please. Answer.
Um, well, I would say that the music can tell a lot about the person. Like, for example, uh, you can't say that person who listens to rock all the time like can be a calm person, in my opinion. Uh, Another example is that so there are lots of pop music fans, and I would say that uh, their identity, like uh, so they copy their identity from the music they listen to, and I would say that they're more funny uh, than the people that who listen to rock music. And basically, I would say yes, music forms identity.
Okay, last question, please.
Discuss the positive and the negative aspects of social media challenges. How do they influence online behavior, and what role should schools play in educating students about potential risks and consequences of participating in such challenges?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have time to think?
Yeah.
Well, I would say that social media mainly make a bad influence on the students because there are lots of bad content in, on the internet, and you can't really control them. Because of that content, people tend to become angrier, and like maybe they tend to copy uh, the behavior of other people they meet on the internet, and they become angrier, and like maybe they would start cyberbullying. And I think that uh, schools should prevent it. Like there should be lessons which teach students about the online behavior and the uh, teachers should also control the way their students behave. Like if they see something suspicious, they should tell the principal or the parents about it. Like maybe or if the student becomes angry, like I would say that teachers should control those students. And maybe the problem is in the social media or the internet.
Okay, I think so. Okay, so goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Just a moment, just a moment, just a moment. What is your surname? Azamatova? Name?
Ania.
Ania?
Mhm.
Ania, да? Okay, how has your life changed in the last 2 or 3 years?
In the last 2 years, wow. Personally, I would like to start by just describing myself. I consider myself as a very humble, maybe some kind of phobic and awkward person. And honestly, I haven't even noticed the slight difference from me as I was before. However, just right now, I just noticed how I've started being more talkative and more. Uh, I started being more talkative and more positive about things which is happening to me right now. Since last 2 months, last month, I've traveled to a lot of different countries such as China, Thailand, and South Korea. So I was a tourist, and I really felt myself more open to new things and new culture.
So it's your changes, yes? That's your changes, okay. Um, so if you had an opportunity to try a new activity, yes, what would you choose?
Uh, if I had this opportunity, I would probably take some kind of a new sport because it would probably develop my health, I don't know, make my body more fit, and I think it kind of helps with your mental.
Okay, I think enough. Listen, thank you. Please choose a new card. Any card.
Music and identity. Explore the connection. Explore the connection between music and identity. How does music influence the way teenagers express themselves? And do you think musical preferences play a role in shaping cultural identity? Can I have time for that?
No time. Yes.
Connection between music and identity. Okay. Personally, I suppose I'm kind of a meloman because I listen to various type of genres, and I find myself very indulgent in this since it keeps my soul warm and very calm because being anxious so much really, I don't know, makes life some kind of difference, some kind of difficult and complicated sometimes. But music really plays a big role in shaping myself because I found a lot of new different people from that, and it was and it taught me a um, big vital life lesson in my life on how different people can just find themselves comfort with each other just by having a same similar hobby, sharing
Okay,
interests.
last question.
Social media challenges. Discuss the positive and negative aspects of social media challenges. How does it influence online behavior, and what role should schools play in educating students about the potential risks and consequences of participating in such challenges? Well, I think social media, in my opinion, it doesn't strike me as kind of a safe place because uh, you may find utterly various some kind of people which don't exactly may understand you and may become more rude and useless in their words. However, if you know the rules on how to behave yourself, you may know rules on how to behave yourself. I think everything might be just right. Like I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed of in communication, so social media may kind of help you because you're online, you may chat without even showing your face, your address, and some kind of personal information, and which really helps you to become more talkative and open. Nevertheless, I think schools should teach and educate students on how you really should behave yourself there, because you may face inconvenient consequences which may escalate to some kind of issues in your life or even the life of your close people.
Thank you. You go. So, what is your surname? Good morning, please. Namken.
Yes.
Just a minute. Kenova. Name?
Ayaru.
Ayaru. Okay, Ayaru. So, maybe some interesting facts about yourself.
Fun facts about myself. Well, let me think. I'd say I'm a bookworm. I really adore reading books. I have plenty at my house. And I have a big shelf of books, around 50 books in there. And sometimes people see my shelves and they're some kind of astonished and um, they sometimes borrow me, borrow my books, and uh, they mm, they like my taste in books.
Okay, that's all. Okay, let's just.
I can pick one, right?
Any card, please.
Okay.
Choose.
I think this one.
Okay.
Uh-huh. You want to cultural festivals? Oh, which one?
The first and the second.
The first.
One by one. Okay.
Okay. Cultural festivals. Describe a cultural festival or celebration that you find intriguing. How does it reflect the values and traditions of a particular culture? And what can people from different backgrounds learn from such events? Values and traditions. May I have a minute?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. Cultural festival. I think nowadays there are several cultural festivals in our culture or in other people's cultures in other countries. But I think there is the specific cultural event that happens each year in Almaty, in Asina. Oh my God, I'm sorry, in Almaty, in Kazakhstan. And I participated in that festival last year and this year as well. And this festival is called International Festival of Culture and Language. And in this festival, there are many people from across all of the world gather in one city, well, in Almaty each year. And in I think in this culture, they well participants they they present their culture through songs, through poetry, and I think it is um, it is amazing that many people from different backgrounds can come to one city and then gather and then showcase their personality, showcase their countries, and they can show their backgrounds and learn from each other. They can see the differences between countries, they can see differences between people, and they can learn and they can implement it in their own countries. Yes.
Absolutely. Yes, okay, last question.
Language learning. Describe your experience with learning a second language. What challenges have you faced, and how do you believe language learning contributes to personal and cognitive development? Well, uh, I think I'm a polyglot. I know four languages. Well, English is my third language, and Turkish is my fourth language. And I learned English all by myself. And uh, there are people who go to courses to study English, but I think this is not quite effective because, well, if you're not interested in the language, you find it particularly hard to learn it, and I think the uh, the the process of learning a language must be interesting, and by learning this language, you can contribute to your personal and cognitive development. That you can um, progress your discipline, your perseverance, and um, and by personal development, I can see that you can consume some kind of media on the internet. You can develop, well, you can listen to podcasts, you can listen to uh, various uh, kinds of information. And the challenges I have faced are the organizational skills. You have to find the information and you have to uh, find if it's true or false through uh, critical thinking. And this challenge that I have faced uh, is now, I wouldn't consider it as a challenge now because, well, through language learning, I improved my cognitive skills and I improved my critical thinking skills.
Okay, thank you. Now, here we go.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That was it.
Yeah, you have to read that.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Come on.
Your name and surname.
My name is Құралай Қазбекова.
Mhm.
I'm a 10th grade student of 1885 school year.
Surname?
Қазбекова.
Just a minute. Kurala, yes?
Yes.
Okay, follow question. So what are the most popular sports in our country?
I believe the most popular sports in my country are considered to be football and maybe volleyball as well, because they are very common hobby of teenagers who are in my age, and also they are really entertaining in many ways.
Okay, I think it's incorrect.
Whatever.
Absolutely incorrect.
Should I read it out?
Yeah.
Okay. Part 2, long term. Topic outdoor activities. Discuss the importance of outdoor activities for teenagers. How can spending time in nature contribute to physical and mental well-being? And what outdoor activities do you enjoy the most? Um, Actually, starting from this, I believe that outdoor activities are really healthy and helpful for teenagers, especially in this stage of life, where we are mostly concerned about our social prestige and the activity we make in our environment. And by getting in touch with our nature, we first of all get along with what we stand as a human being, and what and we become more attached to things um, that we find needed to live fulfilled. It's needed fully, and actually, how can spending time in nature contribute to physical and mental well-being? It not only affects our mental health, but physical as well, because uh, by breathing the fresh air outdoors and visiting some parks and um, parks, we come to think about the real issue, centering, focusing, and it affecting us um, because of our technology. Like by getting along, by making a common ground with the outer places, we came to understand how much we really need nature overall. Discussion topic cultural diversity in schools. In a multicultural school environment, how can students celebrate and embrace cultural diversity? Share your experiences and ideas on fostering an inclusive and harmonious atmosphere. This is a very interesting question. I believe that, first of all, we should be really friendly towards anyone, no matter what their age is or what nationality they stand as, because uh, because every human needs to be considered as human being, and by accepting whoever he is, no matter the circumstances or um, the environment he was brought up in. I believe that human are um, first of all are empathetic and emotional um, creatures that needs to be um, um, nurtured and cared for.
That's okay, you may go. Thank you. Just a moment, just a moment.
Just a moment.
Hello. What is your name?
Шу Иншалина.
Shu.
Шу Иншалина.
Sunshine.
Yes, I am.
Ayunda.
Yes.
Just a moment. So Ayunda.
Yes.
The question is to you. Okay. Is it a good idea to continue studying throughout your life?
From my perspective
Yeah.
and from my personal experience,
Yeah.
it is a really nice idea to continue studying throughout our whole lives. And from my childhood, my grandma, she basically raised me and she taught me from a very early age. And she basically brainwashed me that studying is good. And after you finish your bachelor's degree, you have to continue studying and get your master's degree, because studying is never a waste. It's always based on developing your skills and making yourself a better human, knowing much more than every average person could know.
Okay. Just a minute.
I will pick this one.
Speaking part number one. Read please. This question.
First topic is virtual learning. Describe your experience with virtual learning. How has it impacted your education? And do you believe online learning is a viable option for the future? Discuss both advantages and challenges. So I can start answering now.
Yeah.
Recently, we have been up to COVID-19 epidemics, and a lot of schools had to transfer their people to study online through Zoom, Google Meetings, Teams, and etc. And personally, I prefer offline studying, because for me it is better when you sit face to face to your tutor, to your teacher, and they can analyze your mimics. Because body language is not a lie; it's an absolute true, and they can basically read you by just looking at your appearance. And from my point of view, it can be viable option for some people. However, it's based on your personal preference, and there are a lot of challenges. For instance, we can have poor internet connection, because not always internet connection can be stable at all regions, especially because Kazakhstan is a developing country. Not every place has a good internet connection. For example, we also looked through the news while pandemics, and we saw that kids from Aul had to get on top of the roof to study. But in my opinion, nevertheless, if you want to study, you will study no matter what, and no matter what condition are facing yourselves. And second topic is social media and mental health. How does social media impact the mental health of teenagers? Discuss the positive and negative effects and suggest strategies for using social media in a way that promotes mental well-being. If I'm being honest, this topic is very familiar to me, as nowadays most of teenagers tend to be affected and really pretty much obsessed with social media, and they get to compare themselves to unrealistic images that are promoted on social media. For example, influencers, especially teenage girls, for my opinion, in nowadays, gender equality is very beneficial in our society, and especially young girls tend to compare themselves to influencers, to their bodies, to their skin, to their living style, to their interests. So social media can make some girls self-conscious, and they can get humble because of it. They may feel really unwanted. They can feel unattractive. They can feel big. They can feel insecure because of social media. But it's important to be confident in yourself enough to be able to stand next to the standards and feel confident.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Here you go. So this. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay, please. What is your surname? Huh? Dzhanilova, да? Dzhanilova. Name?
Эльмира.
Эльмира, да? Dzhanilova. Так, Эльмира, yes? Question to you. Okay. What kinds of book do you enjoy reading?
I enjoy reading books about in detective genre. Also, I like adventures and romance.
What?
Also, I enjoy reading romance
Romance. Why romance?
because I think it's cute, like seeing how characters get to know each other, and also at the same time something that's
Okay, what
happening.
was your last book?
My last book, at the moment, I'm reading Moose.
Romance. Okay.
Yes.
What is the genre of this book?
It's a detective, but I don't exactly remember the writer and the name.
Okay.
Who is the main character?
The main character, there is no main character. There just was a dash, Moon's dash, and some kind of people, Indian people, that were trying to take it.
Choosing a card. Please. Read the first question.
Future of work. Share your thoughts on the changing nature of work and careers. How do you envision the future job market for teenagers, and what skills do you believe will be most valuable in the coming years? That's it.
Answer the first question. No time.
Okay. In my opinion, something connected with computers and IT sphere is going to be really useful. It is really useful right now too, but in the future it will be more valuable. Right now we even have cash on our phones, so I think everything is going to be connected to IT sphere.
Okay.
There's also a second question.
Okay. The last question.
Importance on sleep. Discuss the significance of adequate sleep for teenagers. How does sleep affect academic performance and overall well-being? And what can schools do to promote healthy sleep habits among students? I think that school can start their lessons a bit, not really early, like around at 9, 10 o'clock, so it would be easier for teenagers to get up because most of them are a bit lazy. And there should be some control. Some parents let their children sleep late, get to bed really late. I don't think that this is right because it affects everything, how our brain works, how we look, and how we think. That's my opinion. That's all.
Thank you. Let me go.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come in. Okay, take a seat, please. What is your surname?
Seguidor.
Huh?
Seguidor.
Seguidora, да? Seguidora. Name?
Adianta.
Adida. Just a moment, please. Так. Okay. Why are some people afraid of trying new things?
Maybe they're afraid of failure and that they will not be able to achieve their goals or their expectations will not be met.
Only because food is not. Okay. What activity did you do when you were a child? Do you remember?
So when I was a child, I was actually pretty active and I attended a lot of extracurriculars. So I went to dance for some time. I did gymnastics. I did taekwondo, tennis, and I also went swimming. And I tried volleyball, and I tried a lot of things to find myself and to know what I
You did a
like.
lot of things, and what you were good at.
So what I was good at, I would say volleyball. I had a lot of potential, but I eventually stopped going there because of the company that I was attending at. So the Everest. I didn't like their managers and the way they taught things.
Choosing practice. Aim cards.
I'm nervous.
Don't be nervous.
Yes, stop it. Please.
So describe your experience with virtual learning. How has it impacted your education? And do you believe online learning is a viable option for the future? Discuss both advantages and challenges.
Please say.
My experience with virtual learning was actually pretty bad. So during the COVID 19, we did online learning, and I didn't study because I was distracted and I couldn't discipline myself. But I would say it was because I was pretty young. I was in sixth and seventh grade, so I couldn't keep myself, and I would always get distracted by my phone and like by my things around the house. And the impact it had on my education is that I have big gaps in those subjects during this seventh grade. I would say like the history, I don't know much about it. And I feel like if you have discipline in the future, it can be viable. And it all depends on the person and how they keep themselves.
Yeah. And last question.
Social media and mental health. How does social media impact the mental health of teenagers? Discuss the positive and negative effects and suggest strategies for using social media in a way that promotes mental well-being. So, how does social media impact the mental health of teenagers? Because teenagers are still growing individuals who are still trying to find who they are. I feel like social media has a big impact because we spend most of our time on our phones and in social media, and because not everything there is real, and there is a lot of fake news, I guess, editing and overall promoting themselves as like this ideal person. It has an effect on teenagers in a bad way. So because I feel like people tend to compare themselves, and like when you compare to someone who is such a successful person, you get insecure about yourself, and it has a bad effect on our mental health. And the positive side is that some people, when they're comparing themselves, they can compare in a good way. Like, I want to be like that person, and they maybe can be motivated by that to achieve things. And yeah, and to promote ways in a way that social media in a way that promotes mental well-being. We can be more, I guess, influencers can talk about mental well-being more, and that not everything on social media is real. I feel like if we brought up that topic more and brought public awareness to it, it would be it would have a positive effect on our perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. You may go. Now, what is your surname? Surname?
Десятого.
Как?
Десятого.
I'm from the 37th Lyceum.
Name again, please. Name.
Беназир.
Binazir, да?
Benazir. Yes.
Mhm. Okay. Who has had the greatest influence on your life?
Um, I think the first thing coming from the top of my head is, of course, my family,
Mm-hmm.
especially my mother. And she was, and she still is, a great woman. She has a wonderful personality. And I think she had the biggest impact on me since, of course, it is important for every child to have a great connection and relationship with their parents, especially their mother. Uh, and I was the lucky one to get a perfect mother, I would say. She's kind, she's grateful for me, she's caring, she does everything for me, and I'm so grateful. And the second person, I would say, not much of a person, but it was my pet. It was my cat. Her name is Millie. And it's actually an ironic question because
Please choose any card. Choose any card, please, and answer to the questions. Any. Answer to the first question.
share your thoughts on the changing nature of work and careers. How do you envision the future job market for teenagers, and what skills do you believe will be most valuable in coming years? Uh, it is true that the nature of work and careers change very rapidly with time. And of course, I was thinking a lot about my future job or career I would have in 10 or 5 years, or 5 years from now. And now uh, with increasing uh, with increasing technologies, we have a lot of job opportunities, which means teenagers now can make money from such apps as TikTok, Instagram, and such. And it is a great income since a lot of people from the start of the lockdown and the quarantine prefer to work not face to face, but from the screen of their computers and phones. So it is not only very comfortable to use, but also it gives you a great opportunity to make a great salary of doing the things you love. For example, posting videos online or making some graphic designs, for example.
Next question.
Discuss the significance of adequate sleep for teenagers. How does sleep affect academic performance and overall well-being? And what can schools do to promote healthy sleep habits among students? It is no secret that sleep can increase uh, our ability to learn, to move, and, for example, be active and sociable in our everyday life. And I would say, and I would give you an example from my own personal life. Mm, Recently, I gave my friend uh, a Christmas gift which consisted a poster with her favorite actor and a pillow that was that consisted some herbals, which helped her with sleep a lot. And she improved with her social skills, and of course, she was more productive. And I'm so happy that I helped her. And I think with that example, it is actually very important to have a good sleep schedule.
Thank you. Nora?
I think
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Goodbye.
What is your surname?
Abdikarim. Abdikarim.
Abdikarim, name?
Azamat.
Azam. Just one last question. Okay. How important is it to have a routine when working or studying in life?
In my opinion, it's such important thing just to create discipline in your studying or working. Like study a lot in. I give you example. I study a lot in the morning when I brush my teeth after the breakfast. I read a lot of books and trying to improve my English skills.
Okay. Put this. You can read the question and answer. Quickly.
Topic of future of work. In the future, in my opinion, skills like be be the captain and be the smart and I'm a bit nervous.
Because
Ambitious.
quickly, please.
I believe the smartest one from the teenagers will be the most valuable in the coming years. We need to study a lot to help our country in improving among the other countries.
Okay, answer this question, please.
Importance of sleep. That's a good question because it's really important question among the teenagers. Well, sleeping is the problem, and also I am sleeping. I'm sleeping bad if compared to other teenagers. I sleep maybe 5 or 6 hours, and because I think I have an addict on the smartphone, social media, and other films, just entertaining things, and I need to delete that addict in my life.
Okay, just you can read this paper or this practice and you can go. What is your surname?
Lukpanova Anna.
Once again, please.
Lukpanova Anna.
Lukpanova, да? Лукпанова Амель, да? Just a minute, please. Амель. Так, okay. So, which teacher will you always remember?
Um, uh, in my school, there is a math teacher. I changed my school in seventh grade when it was like distance learning, and for to be honest, distance learning was really hard for me. And my math teacher was one of the greatest one. He always tried to help us, and I think he has like all the that goods that math teacher should have. He is like really
Okay, thank you. So please, to the front.
um,
Awesome. Read the first question, please, and then answer.
topic one: future of work. Share your thoughts on the
Read aloud.
changing nature of work and careers. How do you envision the future job market for teenagers? And what skills do you believe will be most valuable in the coming years? Um, in my opinion, the coming years is years of technology, and the computer science and IT sphere will be actual in that time. Nowadays, teenagers mostly are interested in computer science and programming, but in my opinion, learning that is a bit hard. So, but in future, these jobs will be one of the most needed ones.
Okay.
Importance of sleep. Discuss the significance of adequate sleep for teenagers. How does sleep affect academic performance and overall well-being? And what can schools do to promote healthy sleep habits among students? Um, well, sleeping is really important for different factors of our health, as for our physical and mental health. Um, so, adequate sleep time is about 7-8 hours, but I don't think that all teenagers are following that um, measure um, to date, and because school and other interests are taking a lot of time. So, for instance, I myself sleep about 5 hours each day, um, and I can say that it um, mostly affects on my mood and the way I communicate with others. So,
Okay, I think that's it. Please, okay. You can go.
Thank you.
What is your surname? Жумагова, да?
Камилис.
Жумагова Камилис. Окей. Решим так. Окей. Um, so, just a moment. What do you do to keep fit and healthy?
To keep fit and healthy. I go to school. I walk to school every day, and I I don't like junk food, and I don't eat that.
What?
I don't eat junk food because I don't love it. But I love vegetables and the fruits. My favorite fruit is orange. So yes. Um,
What's the first question?
First question, cultural festival. Yes.
Can you read aloud?
Cultural festivals. Describe a cultural festival or celebration that you find intriguing. How does it affect the ways and the traditions or a particular culture? And what can people from different backgrounds learn from such events? Um, Cultural festivals. I have two streamings.
But no, you have to answer in without preparation. Without preparation, you have to answer.
Yes, no time to think.
Cultural festivals. I think it's a good idea to a developed country because about a lot of cultural festivals, a lot of people know, and it can be very global festival. For example, in China, I know a lot of festivals um, in China only. For example, their New Year, mm, our Christmas, their and the Eve, um, and it gets me remember about the dragon. So they celebrate New Year in February, I think. So it's good idea to make people know about China, more about China. So yes, and second cultural festival I love it's our Independence Day. I think because we have holidays and a lot of people get a big family, be a big family. So yes.
Okay, that's a question.
Language learning. Describe your experience with learning a second language. What challenge have you faced, and how do you believe language learning contributes to personal and cognitive development? Language learning. I learned English about 2 years, but I'm not good at it. And when I learn English, I had a lot of problems with it because for me, it's hard for me. It's very hard for me, and uh, maybe you see that I'm bad at it. But I really love learning new, and I want to learn Korean language second, third, because I love Korean. Korean. I love Korea. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Candice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leave our heart, please. Put
Can
it.
you put on the yes.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, what is your surname?
Hello.
Mumbai. Mumbai, yes. Name?
Aldina.
Aldine?
Aldina.
Aldina. Amazing name.
Thank you.
Okay, Aldina, yes, question to you. So, okay, if you had the opportunity to try a new activity, what would you choose?
I would choose tennis, I think, because I think the sport is really beautiful, and I've been trying it earlier when I was a kid, but I stopped to play tennis because of my parents. Like there were problems, but now I want to return to tennis.
Okay, but I think that there is a bad side of this sport. That side of this sport. What is it?
Maybe it can hurt like physical health, but I don't know. Like I don't think it has an enormous damage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just in practice. Okay, and answer the questions. We can read the first question loud and then answer.
I can choose one.
No,
It's
it's
both of them.
both. Yes, the first question, can you read?
Describe the role of online gaming in your life. How does it affect social interactions, and what lessons or skills can be gained from participating in online gaming communities? Um, online gaming doesn't have like a big affection on my life because I don't play it. I can play PlayStation because my little brother plays it, but um, it doesn't play like a big role in my life. So like I just think it's a good time spending instead of. Second
Yeah, you
question.
can answer also.
Share your thoughts on peer pressure among teenagers. How does it influence decision making, and what strategies can individuals use to resist negative peer pressure while maintaining positive social relationships? Um, Peer pressure among teenagers. Um, Peer pressure, it means like pressure on teenagers' thoughts or what?
As you understand.
I think that now our society pays a lot of attention on teenagers, like mental health, and so nowadays people try to be more sensitive to teenagers, and the problems are still exist, but now we are. Our world is becoming more modern, and we develop. So I think the pressure problems among teenagers, they are like slowly disappearing.
Goodbye.
Just a moment, please. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute, please. Так, а вы сейчас это напомните, я сейчас скажу, что она принимала.
Вы сказали обед уже.
So we need to go to the next one. After this event, we will go to the camping. We will have to meet on the 10 minutes. Okay? Okay? your name?
Good afternoon. My surname is Tsoi.
Sorry, да?
Yeah.
Just a minute, sorry. Name?
Nikita.
Nikita, да? Nikita, just a minute. Nikita, question to you. Okay. Do you think it is better to have new experiences when you are young or when you are older?
When it's better, right?
Yeah, when it's better.
In my opinion, you should encounter new experience, new life difficulties maybe in a younger age, because then when you get older, you will become more experienced, and you will form your own unique personality based on what you experienced.
That's it, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, please choose a new card. And try to answer to these questions. Read the first question and answer.
Okay. Topic 1, virtual learning. Describe your experience with virtual learning. How has it impacted your education? And do you believe online learning is a viable option for the future? Discuss both advantages and challenges. My experience in virtual learning is not has not shown itself as very productive comparing to traditional studying. Until this day, I study online in how does it say? I have tutors online, yeah, and they are not really productive. Those lessons are not really productive for me. I don't remember many things from them when I'm in school or writing tests for the tutors. However, I might admit that studying online from home is a lot more comfortable for both teachers and students because they don't have to bear with bad weather during winter time. They don't need to worry about controlling the class because they're all muted on lessons. And students have to deal with stress that they might encounter in school.
Okay. Yes, and last question.
How does social media impact the mental health of teenagers? Discuss the positive and negative effects and suggest strategies for using social media in a way that promotes mental well-being. Nowadays, social media is an important part of everybody's life, especially teenagers. This way, they can communicate and meet new friends, I guess, new people. But it also has a huge impact on their mental health. They become less confident, maybe more keen on their interests. They're close to people. I have a brother, older brother, and he spends most of his time in social media. He plays role-playing games. He talks to his friends, but the consequence of this is he spends less time with our family. He's not really talkative and less active during our activities.
Mhm. That's all.
So just there's such this I don't know. I think for preventing such difficulties caused by social media, you should just set a timer for yourself, like 1 hour per day or 2 hour a day, on 2 hours a day during the during your like time in social media, and it will give you like more life experience.
Any other suggestions?
Um, well, yeah, I think if you're not able to control yourself, to restrict yourself, you should make useful uh, contacts with people, like some psychologists or just experienced friends that can help you better with it.
Thank you,
Okay, thank
Nikita.
you.
Just can go. Thank you. Yeah, please. Bye.
Bye.
Я, давайте залезаем, шаршап қалды, иә? Да, здесь выключи, да? Өшіре ма, өшірмей ма?
Ой, шаршап қалдық уже. Көп па студент?
Ой, жартысы бар.
Яртыға көп ұстап жатырсыздар. Не көп ұстап жатқан жоқпыз, по максимуму. Я, хорошо. Да, нет, не завернусь. Come in. Okay, what is your surname? Omarova? Name?
Самира.
Samira, please sit down.
Okay.
Okay, так. How important is it to have a routine when working or studying?
Sorry, can you repeat
Hmm?
it? Can you repeat it?
Yes, okay. Just a moment. How important is it to have a routine when working or studying?
I think actually, to begin with the sentence that routine overall is very important in the human life, I think. In my opinion, it is very important to have a good and very planned routine because you can be more productive when you planning all the things that you need to do through the day. And it's actually really comfortable because you can make a list, the list with the activities that you need to do today or tomorrow, and you actually do these actions while that day, and after, like in the end of the day, you can just like
Okay, enough. Just take one card. Yes, take one card. Good for this. Read the question and answer.
Part 2, long term, 2 to 3 minutes per candidate. Topic, cultural festivals. Describe a cultural festivals or celebration that you find intriguing. How does it reflect the values and traditions of a particular culture, and what can people from different backgrounds learn from such events? Do I need to read this one? Part 3, discussion.
First, read the first question.
So the topic of this right? Is cultural festivals. In my opinion, cultural festivals are very important for the country because, as an example, I can say the country that I live in, the Kazakhstan, right? I really think that it's very important to love our country, our culture of the country, the history of our country. When we are talking about the cultural festivals, I think it's that kind of holidays like Nowruz, the plays like Asap and so on. In my opinion, it can be very interesting for the new generation, and I think it's very necessary nowadays to save that kind of traditions because not all of the teenagers are keen on in this sphere.
Okay, enough to this question.
Language learning, describe your experience with learning a second language. What challenges have you faced, and how do you believe that language learning contributes to personal and cognitive development? In my opinion, I can say that my second language is the English one. I started learning it when I was preparing for the English exams, and actually it was very terrible at the beginning. It was very hard and challenging for me because I was like at the lowest level, like going really lower than the beginner, and it was, I guess it was a kind of good experience to start to learn a new language because while you are learning a new language, you also learn the new culture, the history of other country that you are learning the language of. And in my opinion, learning more languages can help you with your future job, with your with your life, with your abilities to communicate with the other people. So I think that people should learn more languages, and we shouldn't forget our own language that we speak
because it's also important, and we shouldn't forget the history of our country, but it doesn't mean that we need to be stuck in it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Diana. So you may go, just put it back. So you may go.
Do we need to take it?
Yes. Так, next, please. Next. Вообще, видишь, как это знали? Это где-то продолжим, наверное, здесь, да, как 6. Здесь один остался. Принесли? Нет, не принесли, конечно, мы здесь продолжим, да? Okay, what is your name, surname? Sharipova?
Yes, Ziri.
Please. Ziria. Okay, what would attract you to live in a certain place?
First of all, I think the climate. For example, I love the climate that is similar to here to the current, like in Kazakhstan. And the second point I think is the like the popularity of the place. For example, I wouldn't stay in the countryside because I enjoy being knowing that I'm not missing anything globally important, and I would like to live like in a big city, megapolises.
Just please cut. Read the question and answer.
Music and identity. Explore the connection between music and identity. How does music influence the way teenagers express themselves, and do you think musical preferences play a role in shaping cultural identity? So first of all, I think music in Kazakhstan plays a big part in our culture, a big role, and I think like nowadays music has become more popular among teenagers, and everyone tends to be like educated in this theme, and I think teenagers can express themselves by like writing lyrics that they are that they can express their feelings, write how they feel in the lyrics, and I think they are maybe inspired by the music, like how it sounds.
Okay, enough. Third question.
Part 3. Discuss the positive and negative aspects of social media challenges. How do they influence online behavior? And what role should schools play in educating students about the potential risks and consequences of participating in such challenges? I think nowadays social media challenges are not that popular, like comparing to maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And social media challenges can be positive and negative, of course. Like they can motivate young generation, or they can be harmful for them. And I think that schools should warn students about how they should not follow the challenges that may be harmful for them. And yes, and I think that this theme should be more should be discussed more.
Okay, thank you. You may go. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Давайте закрывайте. What is your surname? Как? Бахтиярова, да? A name? Диана. Сюда, Диана. Okay, Diana. So, what places of interest are there where you live?
Places of interest. Oh, there's many places of interest.
Let me think.
Quickly,
Um,
without thinking, please. Okay.
Maybe one of the most important, like, in for a religious person is a mosque, the biggest mosque in Central Asia. Second thing is Baitirek. It's in the capital of Kazakhstan, Asma, of course. What else? Different monuments. Yeah, different monuments. I cannot think of other things. The Botanic Park is also one of the things in Astana.
Okay, thinking of citrus, please. Any part. Absolutely any part. And read the first sentence. The first question.
Outdoor activities. Discuss the importance of outdoor activities for teenagers. How can spending time in a natural contributor of physical and mental well-being, and what outdoor activities do you enjoy the most? Do you have time?
No, we don't have time.
I don't have time. Okay. One of the like the teenagers these days, they go out with their families and maybe with their friends. They go out to things as like skateboarding or maybe wait, outdoor activities, playgrounds as well as playgrounds. Maybe sometimes in winter time, people go out for skating, and boys go out for football playing, basketball in summer. For example, me, I usually go out for like outdoor activities, for example, as tennis playing outside, tennis playing. Um, Me and my family usually go outdoors, so I cannot talk about like teenagers fully, like the people my age. Me and my family usually go out for picnics in parks. Mm, yes.
Okay, answer to the third question, please.
Cultural diversity in schools. In a multicultural school, non-cultural students celebrate and embrace cultural diversity. Oh, this is one of the like interesting topics. When I used to live in the United Arab Emirates, we had different cultures, different nationalities. We had more than 50, I think. And there were such things as national days or like capital city, like those type of activities. Kids from different countries came in national clothes. They talked about their traditional food traditions, history, and once we had this topic, when every class had their own country, we made like passports, we brought some traditional food, and we had like this experience to know about each country. Mm,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget about the different.
Okay, so what is your surname, please?
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Inshallah, name?
Jasmine.
Jasmine, имя и имя, Jasmine? Jasmine, question to you. Okay. So how would you define happiness?
In my opinion, happiness is something that you do and it brings you the positive emotions. For example, it can be sports, it can be your favorite things, it can be something that you can afford yourself, or it can be the people that are around you, your friends, your family, for example. That's all.
Okay, please. Choose a card. Please read the first question.
My topic is future of work. I have to share my thoughts on the changing nature of work and careers. How do you envision the future job market for teenagers, and what skills do you believe will be most valuable in the coming years?
So please.
Nowadays, there are a lot of new professions being available, and all of them have their own special sides, and all of them require certain skills, like the work experience, like your relationship, and so on. In my opinion, in the future, there will be more professions like that will be available online. You will not have to go to work and stay there for 6 or 7 hours in the office somewhere. You may do your work at home with lots of comfort, and of course, do your work properly because we have good internet connection. We have new gizmos available, and they all give us the opportunity to do the work well, like study, to work, to search for something, and so on. So,
Okay, please answer this second question.
the second question is the importance of sleep.
Can you read aloud?
Discuss the significance of adequate sleep for teenagers. How does sleep affect academic performance and overall well-being? And what can school do to promote healthy sleep habits among students? As we know, sleep is the most important part of the human's life. It affects our health, on our mood, on our well-being, and so on. A good amount of sleep, affects on our on how do we work, on how do we feel ourselves, and how do our like brain function. Whereas the lack of sleep can have its negative impact on these sides. And in my opinion, there should be a different, like a break to students because we have 6 or 7 subjects that are coming from in a course, and in my opinion, there should be a special break, how it is done already in China. There is a 15 or 20 minutes break for students where they can take a little rest, have a sleep, and refrain their energy.
Okay, thank you. Please can you just put it back? So, there we go. Thank you. Sophia.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Так, please. Okay, what is your surname?
My name is Darjanova. Darjanova.
Darjanova, name?
Nazia.
Nazia, да?
Yes.
Nazia. Okay, just a minute. Question. What is the most exciting experience you have ever had?
My most exciting experience is perhaps the one that I had when I went on voyage with my family. It was the family trip to Edinburgh, Scotland. We went there for one day, but it truly was the unforgettable memory of mine. We went there by bus on the early morning and got there by 2 p.m. afternoon. We had the best meal of my life, I would say. It was fish and chips. What made it special maybe the atmosphere that there was, the ancient century-old castle, crispy outside and juicy inside. Fish and salty chips were really good, and nature is also spectacular and marvelous, and I had a great day there.
Okay, excellent. So please. So,
So I have to pick one, or
No, two of them are yours. Both of
okay.
them are yours.
Which one?
So,
And what skills do you believe will be most valuable in coming years? Well, as we live in a world that changes every second, I think that I should say my future job, or the future job of generally. Okay. I think it would be linked with some digital technologies that are developing very rapidly currently. For example, digital marketing, PR, entertainment area will also be ahead always. Service, despite that it could be replaced by robots, and engineering also would be in front line as a future job. And what skills would be valuable? Always communication skills. It's very important to communicate with people and find one language to be on one side, on one page, and always critical thinking to be able to decide what is right, and despite of anyone's opinion.
okay, good. Third question, please.
Next, okay. Discuss the significance of adequate sleep for teenagers. How does sleep affect academic performance and overall well-being, and what can schools to promote healthy sleep habits among students? Well, as I am in 10th grade, and as I'm coming to an age where I will pass many exams, I research about how to pass many exams, and many researchers said that the key point to that is a good sleep. Good sleep helps to maintain the information from short-term memory to long-term memory. That way, you will remember the information that you learn in classes better and represent it in your work. Also, it's really significant to have a good sleep because teenagers right now could spend nights on their phones and don't even care about their sleep, as it's a significant part of health. And I recently heard that in Korea they have like time for the students to sleep, and I think that's a great idea that should be involved in our schools too.
Goodbye.
Should I leave it, or
No.
it's nice?
Hello. What is your surname?
Sagatbekov.
Sagatbekov, да?
Yeah.
Sagatbekov, name?
Sanjar.
Sanjar. Just a moment, Sanjar, questions here. Okay. How do you think your life might change in the future?
Well, I think my life will change in a better way. I mean, it will depends on my major, on my university. I mean, I want to, let's say, connect my life with IT sphere, IT field. I want to work with AI development. So that's a better way.
That's all? Okay, you can just choose new card. And answer the question. Please. You can read the question. You can read the first question and answer. Mhm.
Can you read aloud?
Talk about the challenges of managing your time as a teenager. How do school extracurricular activities and personal time intersect? And what strategies do you use to balance these things? Uh, I can say that managing time as a teenager is, uh, is of course not a piece of cake. However, I would say that I deal with this time management. I mean, even if the student, the teenager, has a lot of extracurricular activities, for example, sports or English lessons, for example, uh, the students can just arrange time like um, for example, for one day it's one extracurricular and for second it's another. Also, um, in adolescence, it's uh, of course it's better for a teenager to have a lot of activities to, for example, uh, fulfill your uh, portfolio for universities. Uh, so managing your time can be also um, um, managed by using mobile apps. For example, uh, mobile app that can um, help you with arranging your activities. For example, by uh, just noticing sending notifications that it's time for you to do some activities, or after 2 hours it's time for another activity. So this uh, kind of method will help to manage time, and then it will be just let's say habit.
Okay, third question.
Um, Explore your vision for the future of transportation. How might advancements in technology shape the way people travel, and what impact could these changes have on the environment and daily life? Uh, as it is predicted by many fantasy science fiction books or such kind of films, uh, uh, flying cars may occur in the future. However, I think that it is not uh, so convenient to use. And I mean, in the future, the transport will be, I mean, like the same at current time. However, they, there will there will now be more uh, fuel cars. I mean, cars like Tesla, such uh, cars that use uh, not fuel but also renewable energy resources. So also there will be uh, less, I mean, less cars because now I know that around the world the governments uh, are trying to uh, take into consideration bus, but not individual cars, personal cars, because it also damages the environment. Cost it causes air pollution.
Okay,
So
I think. Thank you.
okay.
Thank you. Yes, you may go. Yes. Put back this part.
Can you put on the phone?
Okay, so you may go. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Very polite.
Hello, come in. Okay, what is your surname? Saparova. Name?
Sabina.
Sabina. Sit down, please, Sabina. Sabina. Okay. What is your opinion of computer games?
Computer games are interesting for children, for teenagers, but a lot of teenagers always spend their time to computer games and they are always busy to do other works. I think.
That's all? Okay, thank you, Seneca. Mhm.
Online gaming.
Mhm. Okay. First, the answer to the first question, okay?
Can you read along?
Describe the role of online gaming in your life. How does it affect social interactions, and what lessons or skills can we gain from participating in online gaming communities? I need to describe the online game I played.
Not your. You can just say in general.
Ah,
Mhm.
just create. Maybe do only good acts and help other people. And if you help more, you will win.
Okay, answer to the third question. Third question, please.
Share your thoughts on peer pressure among teenagers. How does it influence decision making, and what strategies can individuals use to resist negative peer pressure while maintaining positive social relationships?
Mhm.
Mm,
Yes.
I think among teenagers, um, I don't understand.
Okay, just you may just read the cartons. We can go. Go, please.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Come here, please. Okay, what is your surname? Abisheva. Abisheva, name? Как? Иман, да? Yes, Иман, yes. Oh, yeah? Yeah. You don't need it. You don't need it. Just please take a seat. Так, Иман, question for you. Yes, okay. How do you think your life might change in the future?
Well, I haven't really thought about it, but I think in the future when I graduate, I would major in some STEM subjects, for example, physics, and maybe move to another country to pursue my career.
Okay, one more question. So, what is the most exciting experience you have ever had?
Well, I had a lot of experiences in my life. I think the most exciting ones were when I traveled with my family, because we always travel to different places and love to experience new cultures, and also love animals. So I think it was the time when I rode an elephant in Thailand. It was really spectacular for me.
Okay, Jessica. Unicorn.
Should we really talk about?
Yeah.
Part 3, part 2, long term.
This question. Can you see the question?
Future of work. Share your thoughts on the changing nature of work and careers. How do you envision the future job market for teenagers, and what skills do you believe will be most valuable in the coming years? One question to both.
Both of them you have to answer.
The first one first. Well, I think that the nature of careers is changing because our world is changing really rapidly right now. So, for example, a lot more people um, want to pursue career in STEM and in computer science, but also with STEM and computer science, there come more digital jobs like digital marketing and digital sciences. So a lot of teenagers would actually maybe opt for something that is high paying, but still you'll be able to work from home. Because of the trends in recent um, sorry,
Okay. Third question.
importance of sleep. Discuss the significance of adequate sleep for teenagers. How does sleep affect academic performance and overall well-being, and what can schools do to promote healthy sleep habits among students? Actually, students, I think that schools have a great influence on student sleep because they're the ones that assign students most work. So it's definitely much more than any household work. I think schools require a lot of cognitive abilities. It's important to sleep for our brains to work normally and be able to produce all the hormones that the growing teenagers and young adults need. Because they aren't really produced when we are older. So it's really important to keep track of them at a young age.
That's all? Is it all? Okay, just put here. So thank you. You can go.
Unfortunately, my ID.
ID card. Where is your ID card? Ah, no, I don't need. Okay, just you can go. So goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay, what is your surname?
My name is Obray Asu.
Bright?
Asu.
I saw that. I saw a question to you. Okay. How has your life changed in the last 2 or 3 years?
Добрый.
Okay. How has your life changed? Yes. How has your life changed in the last 2 or 3 years?
Типа,
How it changed? Yeah. How your life has been changed?
Change.
Oh,
Not the same.
yes, not the same. Some maybe it was renewed, I don't know, maybe changed to something, maybe to the better, maybe to the worse. Not the same, yeah? Like a kind of experience, yeah, maybe. Okay.
Okay, can you tell me about yourself?
Some interesting fact, yeah, maybe.
What do you do in your free time?
today I study English and like подготовка. Maybe
Okay, please take the card. Please read the first question.
topic outdoor activities.
Read the question, please. Read the question.
What's written there? Read. Part 1 or part 2, part 3.
What one want to discuss the importance of outdoor activities for teenagers, how can spending time in nature contribute to physical and mental well-being. What outdoor activities do you enjoy the most?
Please say. Can you answer? Okay, maybe third question. Can yes, a second.
In a multicultural school environment, how can students celebrate and embrace cultural diversity, share your experiences and ideas on fostering inclusion and harmonious behavior?
Can you answer? No?
Okay,
You may go.
thank you.
You may go. Amigos. Okay, what is your surname? Surname.
Osman.
Osman.
Osman. Name?
Yeri.
Name. Please sit down. Name. Please sit down, please. Okay. So, why are some people afraid of trying new things?
I think it's the matter in mindset of people. They're just afraid of something new. They don't want to come out from their comfort zone, try new things. And I think if people are afraid of trying something new, they should work on their mindset, and it's something that's hard to change.
Okay, you can just take the card.
Card number 3.
Please answer the question.
The first question is about future of work. Share your thoughts on changing nature of work and careers. How do you envision the future job market for teenagers, and what skills do you believe will be most valuable in the coming years? I think in the future, a lot of jobs will be replaced by artificial intelligence, and it's very peaceful because, for instance, there's a case where artificial intelligence could can and in the future, the most valuable skill will be not hard skills like computer programming or design or computer graphics. It will be some soft skills, especially the critical thinking. It will be valuable for people to be able to sort all the flow of information on the internet, to think and make decisions from their own thoughts or their own experience. And critical thinking will be one of the most valuable skills. And
Okay, the third question, please. Third question.
third question is importance of alcohol.
Give this one, please.
Importance of sleep. Discuss the significance of adequate sleep for teenagers. How does sleep affect academic performance and overall well-being? And what can schools do to promote healthy sleep habits among students? I think sleep is important because it affects whole health of people, both mental and physical health. And well, sleeping for more than 7 hours can prevent some diseases like diabetes or insomnia. And sleep affect academic performance as well because students that don't get right amount of sleep, they tend to be sleepy in classes, so they can be distracted or even sleep at the lesson. Schools can promote healthy sleep habits by raising the awareness, warning children that they can get some kind of disease from not sleeping enough. But nowadays, I don't think that schools can promote healthy sleep because the school is one of the key factors that students don't get enough of sleep.
Thank you. So please, you can go.
Thank you. Bye.
surname? Surname.
Miramov.
Как?
Miramov.
Miramova. Sit down, please. Miramova. Name?
Mariana.
Mariam, да? Okay. So. Okay. Is it a good idea to continue studying throughout your life?
Well, I think that people usually continue their studies throughout their whole life, not even after they finish university or get their doctorate, they still continue to learn. So I think it makes sense to learn your whole life. It's pursuing knowledge is one of the most interesting and fun things in life.
Just taking a class. Yes. Read the first question and answer.
Music and identity. Explore the connection between music and identity. How does music influence the way teenagers express themselves? And do you think musical preferences play a role in shaping cultural identity? And music, besides music, the way music affects students, teenagers especially. It's not only the genre of music or what it sounds like that shapes the interest and personality of the teenager. It continues into the culture behind the music. For example, music who likes rock music may become interested in rock culture, or who is interested in jazz may explore the culture of jazz musicians and so on. And in my opinion, that those are the things that mainly affect the way the person who listens to the specific genre of music affects their identity. And the second question, social media challenges. Discuss the positive and negative aspects of social media challenges. How do you influence online behavior, and what role should schools play in educating students about the potential risks and consequences of participating in such challenges? Social media challenges is a way for students to sort of connect with other people on the internet in a way of participating in these challenges. It's pretty great that people feel connected when they perform these challenges. However, only when those challenges are and when they are quite sane and when they are not harmful in any way. For example, the challenge of performing music, dance, or performance is great. It with the help of this challenge, a person can explore their talents and maybe just do it for fun. While other challenges like eating chemicals like Tide Pods, there was the challenge. It may be harmful to a person if they do not realize that the challenge may be only satirical and people who participate in such challenges do not actually eat those Tide Pods. So when participating in challenges, it is the person's it is the person's responsibility for their own actions. And therefore, I think that there is no harm in participating in internet challenges as long as you realize the consequences behind your actions.
So you go.
Do I first?
So what is? Так, what is your surname?
Begin.
Как?
Begin.
Бегенов, да?
Yes.
Бегенов. Name?
Мадер.
Мадяр. Ты сюда, Мадяр. Okay, Мадяр. Так, if you could live in another country, where would you choose?
To be honest, I prefer to live in USA because it's my dream from my childhood to live in USA, and it's kind of really peaceful place for me. And I'm really keen on living to USA. Yeah, it's my dream.
Only that it's your dream?
No, and also I have many other countries I want to visit. for instance, countries like near to USA, like Canada and Brazil.
Take the card. Take the card, please. Any card. Absolutely any card. And you can read the first question, then answer.
Topic, long-term topic use activism. Use activism. Share your views on use
Can
activism.
you read out loud?
Share your views on use activism. What social or environmental issues do you think teenagers are most passionate about, and how can their activism contribute to positive change?
Please.
So, in my view, it's really beneficial to go outside and hang out with your friends and like in current days we have many issues like regarding our social and environmental problems, and so it would be very great to uh, spend time outside rather than chatting with your friends. Like it's kind of a big social issue for teenage individuals, and their activism can contribute to others. Like when they are in when they have issues. No, when people have issues with their environment, they need to clean places, and for example, they can open some Instagram pages and social media to help to tackle some problems regarding environmental and social issues like social media like cyberbullying, and environmental issues like uh, pollution of several places like seas or like that.
Okay, third question.
Third question. Topic sustainable fashion. Discuss the concept of sustainable fashion. How can teenagers contribute to a more sustainable and ethical fashion industry? And what are the potential benefits of adopting eco-friendly clothing choices? So it's kind of really a good question to discuss. Uh, for me, as a person who is really keen on fashion, like clothing properly, like appropriately, and it's like kind of very fascinating topic. So, sustainable fashion of teenagers uh, can really contribute to environment, like uh, teenagers, especially teenagers who are aged from 15 to 18, uh, are very interested in uh, clothing very well, and so they can do it beneficially for our environment. So they can wear eco-friendly clothes to avoid some problems with environment, and it's a really big benefit to our environment. And also, as an example, as I mentioned before, like clothing very well, like with eco-friendly clothing choices can contribute to some problems with our politics, like in
Come to conclusion.
conclusion. Uh,
So, concluding my view, uh, adopting to eco-friendly fashion uh, would have many positive aspects to our environment, and also people if people would follow this law or strict, uh, we have big probability to have a good environment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
hello. Thank you.
You put on
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What is your surname?
My surname is Yishjanov.
Yishan?
Yeah, here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Just a minute. Okay. What is it?
Yishjanov Altair. Altair.
Altair, okay, just question. Okay. Okay. What is the most exciting experience you have ever had?
So I think the most exciting experience that I've ever encountered in my life, it comes to be the traveling on myself. Like my father, as a crying wolf, he provided me some cash, and I was lucky enough to get to Turkey by myself, like without anyone, without parents, without provided backup, and without any adult people. So I think that was kind of the most exciting experience.
Here you go. Okay. Okay, something. For the first question and the second.
Okay, do I have a time? Some
No.
time? Oh, so I'm going to describe the culture. So I can just choose any topic from here, or
Both of them
Yes,
you
you
have
have
to
to
answer.
answer.
so I think that so the question says about the celebrations that I held and kind of some celebration would kind of change my life. I think that comes to be like the time in Japan. I clearly remember that time when it was like 5 years ago when I was in Japan with my parents. So there was a festival, like there was a cultural festival which was representing the traditions of Japan's. Like it was anime, as you know, maybe anime is a traditional series, and like the fiction of Japanese people, and I think this was kind of intriguing, but because I've never ever had an experience of um, being like it was kind of interesting and gripping at the same time because it was a cultural diversity for myself because I was only 10 years old and I've never ever known anything about cultures despite Kazakh, and I think it kind of so exactly from that time I hit the road in anime in watching anime. It's still really interesting for me. I've been watching anime for like 5 years from that time exactly, and I would say that I have felt over hues in love with anime and Japan traditions. Third question. Oh, I think this question does really relate to my life because I'm not really. I would say that I'm more like involved in arts industry, so I like studying different languages. I do enjoy studying it because I think that this thing exactly is something that I'm going to relate my future in. And studying languages, like my second language comes to be Spanish. Like this is because I want in the first in the, on the long run, I want to live in the USA. And as far as I know, in the South America, they do speak Spanish. Like Spanish comes to be their second language. So that is exactly why I started and hit the road in studying Spanish. After Spanish, I started my journey in French. I am like on I am on a certain level of French. I could at least introduce myself in French, but I think the best language that I speak regarding English is Turkish. As a matter of fact, I do study in KTO or Bölüm Innovation. We are provided with some enough backup and backup of Turkish environment. So I think that studying languages really contributes positively on a person's life because he discovers for himself something new. He discovers something gripping and exciting that he never encountered and faced before. So that's why I do study languages.
Okay, thank you. Just let me go.
Thank you. Should I leave this
Yeah,
call?
please. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Can you wait for a moment?
1 minute.
1 minute.
А что, она не написала, что мы на Олимпиаде? Давай приглашай. Ты что, напиши еще бесконечно, ладно?
Sabit Aybar.
Okay, Aybat, Aybat? Okay. Aybat, so, so, is it a good idea to continue studies throughout your life?
Yes, it's a decent idea. Studying throughout life helps you to strengthen your skills. And there is also a saying that goes, live study your whole life is a translation from Russian.
So, okay, we can just take a one cut. Will you cut this?
Speaking cards, should I
Yeah,
read
please.
out loud?
Well, you have to answer to these questions. Both of them.
Like through a long term, music and identity, or you can actually do music the music and their role in shaping cultural identity. Should I answer now?
Yeah, yes, now.
So, in my opinion, connection between music and identity is it exists, but I think that it's not strong enough to tell tell even something about a person. So it might be just a little preference that a person has, and it doesn't give any personal information about the person. It's like if a person likes some heavy music, you cannot tell if he's a good person or a bad person. It just tells that he likes music that involves guitars and other instruments like that. And but there may be some stereotypes of that. Maybe that led to this question because many people judge people by their musical preferences, and I think that it's not it's not how does- you cannot understand from it.
Third question?
Third question is social media challenges. Discuss the positive and negative aspects of social media challenges. How do they influence online behavior, and what role should schools play in educating students about potential risks and consequences of participating in such challenges? Um, our social media challenges are uh, challenges like water bucket challenge. Is that count as um, social media challenge? Because I'm not familiar with these kinds of challenges because I don't use social media very often. So if I talk about these kinds of challenges, they might be very interesting because, as I said before, in the example of water bucket challenge, where person records uh, a person records themselves taking a bucket of cold water with ice and just pouring, splashing it on their head is very entertaining to watch. And I think that those challenges that are not harmful for people um, are really great way to entertain themselves online, where they can, when they can't be around people, maybe if they are distant from each other. So, and what about potential risks? Yes, maybe if the challenge is too harmful, maybe dangerous for a person, it may lead to some yes, potential risks. For example, there was a challenge, if I remember correctly, where a person should, where a person had to take a spoon of cinnamon dust and just eat it without anything. And like that, it is very harmful because um, the cinnamon dust can be stuck, can get stuck in a person's lungs. So
Okay, thank you.
that's all.
Tell me, go.
Oh, that's all
Just
speaking.
put it
I
here.
waited for
Okay,
I waited for 3 hours.
for 3 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget your
Goodbye. Three hours.
Повторите презентацию, видно? Нет, нет.
Okay, what is your surname? Surname?
My surname Еркинбекова.
Еркинбекова, да? Еркинбекова, name?
Данеля.
Данила, just a minute, Danila. Danila, okay. So, question: what do you enjoy most about learning English?
So I started learning English when I was in primary school, and I've always enjoyed it because learning new languages was always interesting for me, and this process definitely improved my knowledge and mindset in general. And I think that it's good to speak English fluently since it's one of the most spoken languages in the world.
Okay, you can just take in the cards, please. And read an answer.
Okay.
So, please.
Do you need to read the question? Do I need to read the question?
Yes, read it.
Discuss the importance of outdoor activities for teenagers. How can spending time in nature contribute to physical and mental well-being? And what outdoor activities do you enjoy the most? I believe that it's very important for teenagers to spend time outdoors since um, most of the youngsters spend time indoors and just using their smartphones. And even some simple activities such as sport can provide a good health, and it can also it's great to have many physical activities because it can give you more energy, and it can provide you a good mental well-being as well. Um, I enjoy playing such sports such as volleyball. I'm not a professional, but I usually do it with my friends, and it is something that always energizes me and it fulfills me.
Okay, next question.
In a multicultural school environment, how can students celebrate and embrace cultural diversity, share your experiences and ideas in fostering an inclusive and harmonious atmospheres? So, as a person who's studying in the school that gives one more language than English, I learned French. I have seen French people, and I was talking to them, and I must say that it was a very enjoyable and interesting experience because I've always liked to know something new about different cultures, and I believe that having multiple cultures in school it can be very beneficial for the students as well because they can give more information about their own culture and gain it from the others. For example, there could be some events where the students from another countries could show the benefits of their own country and the traditions maybe that they do. And our Kazakh students could also inform them about our own. So I believe that this is something that can bond different cultures and it can provide a good relationship between the students and provide more respect to each other.
That's all?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. Daniel, yes?
Yeah.
So you can go.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, what is your surname? Huh? Dalila. Mulder. Okay, next question to you. Do you think it is better to have new experience when you are young or when you are old?
In my opinion, it's better to have a new experience when you're younger because you will learn what to do in your older life by experiencing new things earlier in your life. And because you're younger, you can do there are more possibilities for you to try new things rather than when you're older.
Take the card. Take the card. Take the card. Yes.
I've definitely had experience with virtual learning when we were in quarantine and all of us had to switch to virtual learning, and it definitely impacted my education, but I wouldn't say that it impacted in a good way because I was in seventh grade when new subjects were added into our school program, and because I was studying online, I couldn't really form a base of knowledge that I needed for subjects like physics, geometry, and etc. And but I do think that virtual learning, online learning, is a viable option for the future because we can just study without leaving the house, and even if we have problems and difficulties with weather, we can still have the possibility to gain knowledge and study.
Okay, second question.
Uh, Social media has both good and bad effects on mental health of teenagers. If they're exposed to social media in a really early age, they might start comparing themselves to people they see uh, on social media. For example, mm, with their lifestyle or with their achievements. So their mental health might become worse. But there are positive effects as well. Uh, you have the exposure to a lot of new topics. You can learn new things in social media and keep in touch with your friends.
That's all. Okay, you can go. So
Оставить это?
Нет, нет. What is your surname? Kapashev. Kapashev. Name?
Aldiar.
Aldiar. That's right. Aldiar, question to you. Okay. When do you prefer to work or study? In the morning, afternoon, or evening? Why?
In the morning, it has very lot of good atmosphere. It's very breezy. It's nice, and it's also bright. Not as bright as in daylight, but it's like blend, kind of blend, and I like it because maybe aesthetics, this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Also, I have good mood in the morning. I guess everyone has it.
Take the card, please.
And then,
Yeah, please. Okay, please read the first question, then answer.
my topic is outdoor activities. I have to discuss the importance of outdoor activities for teenagers. Oh, there's a lot of outdoor activities. A lot of students can interact with or maybe provide something like sports or maybe music. It is counted as outdoor activities no matter what it is because you can do it not only at home. I guess sports is very good for not only physical health, and I think it's good for mental health because people got this will, unyielding will, maybe some sportive pride, maybe in themselves. They also have faith, a lot of hopes, and it is very great to be like this because a lot of sportsmen are symbols, maybe for a lot of people. There are people that inspire a lot of people, and it's I guess it's very great because I guess everyone wants to be inspiring and provide any good to people.
Okay, third question.
First question. Cultural diversity in schools. My topic is cultural diversity in schools in a multicultural school. Cultural diversity, I guess a lot of school may be multicultural. I guess our schools maybe count as multicultural. Not only Kazakhs are here, but also a lot of Russians, Ukrainians, maybe even Arabs. Well, I can't count all of them because our country has a lot of people, a lot of races and ethnicities. I guess people should count every celebrations or events that are somehow connected with other people ethnicities if they have them in school, because it is very, give me a second please, kind of nervous. It is very inspiring, I guess, because you can be inside of your country and still explore other people's ethnicities, countries, and traditions outside of the imaginational backyard, maybe. Not having to dive in, explore a lot. Schools should really think about it. It is very great. Also, I can say that maybe judging by my experience, people also have to count opinions of other ethnicities, because it is very important to be sure that everyone happy, especially in schools and other educational places or buildings.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
Please,
Yeah.
thank you. You can just take your card.
Goodbye.
Так, what is your surname? Kadyrov, да? Kadyrov, Alifan, you may sit down, please, Alifan. Okay, Alifan, question to you. Which jobs are popular in our country nowadays?
Well, I think that nowadays, I think that the most popular professions in our country right now is professions uh, at- about informational technologies, medicine, economics, and humanitarian professions.
Okay, that's all.
Uh,
Okay, you can take the cards, please.
Just choose one of them.
Choose any card, absolutely any card, and read the question and then answer.
um,
Can you read out loud?
Virtual learning. And describe your experience with virtual learning. How has it impacted your education? And do you believe online learning is a viable option for the future? Discuss both advantages and challenges.
So please.
Um, I have an experience with virtual learning. It was when I studied in 7th and 6th grade. When the coronavirus had come to our country, all the education in the schools were changed to virtual format. I have a not very good. Well, I think that virtual learning isn't the best option because it can't provide that level of education that we need to have.
Okay.
I hope that our government will um, develop the uh, virtual education system in the future, because that's obviously a um, very important thing nowadays.
Okay, third question.
Next question. Social media and mental health. How does social media impact the mental health of teenagers? And discuss the positive and negative effects and suggest strategies for using social media in a way that promotes mental well-being. Mostly, social media impact the health of teenagers not good, because most of the teenagers used to uh, use social media over time. But mm, if you will sit in social media, right, right amount of time, it won't be very bad for your health. But it also has positive effects, such as improving self-esteem, improving self-reliance if you use social media correctly. For instance, you might find a few friends and join uh, the communities you like and discuss some topics.
Okay. That's all?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. You may go. Thank you. You may go. Goodbye. Come in. Okay, what is your surname?
My name is Taimanova Shahari.
Naimanova?
Taimanova.
Taimanova.
Sharaimo.
Sharaimo, yeah? Sharaimo. Just a moment, please, okay? Okay, so, how do you think your life might change in the future?
Well, my future plans are getting into a university abroad. So my life is going to change in a way geographically. I'm planning to travel a lot, especially countries like Korea, Turkey, Italy, France, and a lot more. That's why my future might change geographically, and I am looking forward to meeting other new people with other nationalities. And of course, coming back to my home country is also one of my goals, because I want to be a teacher. I want to be an English teacher at Riviera School. That was my goal. That's why I want to pick up students and help them move abroad so that they could get their degree there, and then they could move back and work for our country.
Okay, good. Take the practice.
So the topic is virtual learning. Describe your experience with virtual learning. How has it impacted your education? And do you believe online learning is a valid option for the future? Should I give it to you?
Answer, please.
Okay.
Your task is only to answer.
So virtual learning. Since coronavirus, we have been using virtual learning for like a year during 2020, and it is a pretty hard process, because lots of students and teachers get the problem with their internet connection, network, and some people with lower income may not have the resources for devices. so they may not have the opportunity to use virtual learning for that. For my education, during 2020, I was in seventh grade. So I just moved to Kazakhstan from Azerbaijan. And it was pretty hard because I went to Kazakh school and my Kazakh language wasn't really good because I studied in English for most of my life. That's why, I mean, it has impacted it in a way. It was like harder to communicate with my classmates and teachers. Um, but it was okay. Like, you can get used to virtual learning, but it does get hard.
Okay. Second question.
Part three is discussion. Topic is social media and mental health. So social media is a big part of everyone's life, teenagers, adults. Um, and most of the teenagers have the dream to be an influencer or like a blogger on social media. But with becoming an influencer, it means posting yourself, which can also affect how others see you. So you might get comments on your appearance, weight, on even like the language you talk or your race. That's why it does affect your mental health a lot. But then it really does depend on your personality. So if you have a lower self-esteem, it will be really hard. Like social media will hit hard on your mental health. But if you have a higher self-esteem and self-presentation is okay, then social media isn't that bad.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye. What is your surname? Surname.
Карабай Оршан.
Карабай?
Оршан.
Карабай, да? Так, номер какие же страницы? 45, да? Карабай, да? Сейчас Карабай. Аружан, да? Аружан, question for you. Okay, what are the most popular sports in our country?
I think the most popular sports in the country are football, volleyball, and
Why?
because these kind of sports are in general popular in many countries.
Okay, please take the card. So,
Can you read out loud?
Okay, Arужан.
Read louder.
Topic: alternative energy sources. Explore the importance of transitioning to alternative energy sources. What role can teenagers play in promoting sustainable energy practices? And how can schools educate students about renewable energy? Renewable energy is actually very important to our ecology, and I think every school has to educate its pupils and students how to take an active role on transitioning to alternative energy sources. For um, example, they can take a role in promoting sustainable energy practices, like changing their food, changing their um,
Okay. You can answer to the next question.
Let's read the next question.
Discuss the role of creativity in solving real-world problems. Share an example of creative solution to a problem you've encountered, and explain how fostering creativity can benefit teenagers. A lot of teenagers actually have
have struggles with um, like studying in schools and um, viewing education in a creative point of view can encourage and actually improve their motivation to study more. For instance, for instance,
Please.
Can you give examples of alternative energy resources?
for example, we can replace diesel cars with biofuel cars that run on renewable organic energy. Um, since biofuel energy doesn't take doesn't take much land or energy to produce it, and it doesn't harm the environment that much because in producing diesel cars actually um, actually um, has a dangerous and toxic smoke releases in the air, damaging the ozone and atmosphere layers.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's it. Yeah. So
Thank
please, you can
you.
go.
Thank you very much. Don't forget your
Еще говорят, сейчас.